All right. Welcome to Chapter 1 of the Ultraviolet Catastrophe,
All right.
a 5-part miniseries brought to you by Standing
Welcome
Stones and Hearthside Enclave. Today we're playing Follow by Ben Robbins, a game about working together or falling apart. I'm August. You can find me on Twitter at Harpydora as long as the platform continues to exist, and on Tumblr at Strange Harpy, and my pronouns are they, them. Playing with me today, we have Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle. I use she, they pronouns, and you can find me anywhere you get good content on the internet at RedtailTalk90.
We also have Dirk.
Hello, I'm Dirk. You can find me at Hope's Hearth Pod on Twitter and also on Tumblr at PF Diva. And my pronouns are they, he, and they.
And Jade.
Hi, I'm Jade. You can find me on the internet at JadeOxfordRose. I have managed to get that handle pretty much everywhere now. Huzzah. And I use they, them pronouns.
And bringing up the anchor position, we also have Shrog.
Hi, I'm Shrog. You can find me on the internet at either Secret Frog or The Secret Frog, depending, and my pronouns are he, him.
Our lines, which are things we absolutely do not want to see, are homophobia and transphobia, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, violence against children and animals, sexual assault, domestic violence or intimate partner violence, unwanted pregnancy, plagues and pandemics, and alcohol abuse. Our veils, which are things we're fine with addressing but will just fade to black on, are steamy situations, graphic descriptions of bodily harm, and terminal illness. With all that out of the way, let's get started.
Woo.
So, yay, we have a woo. As we said at the top, we'll be playing Follow by Ben Robbins, and the first thing that we do for playing Follow is, let's see, we choose which West. Yes. Sorry, scrolling up to make sure that I'm going in order. We choose which of the follow quests we're going to play today. And the quest that we've chosen is the Breakthrough. Our invention will change the world if we can make it work. We're the scientists, researchers, builders, and believers working on making our project a success and delivering it to the world. One of the things that we do to play the Breakthrough, we customize our quest together. So let's talk a little bit about our setting. We've kind of done a little bit of a loosey-goosey idea. We kind of want it to be fantasy or fantasy adjacent. And magic exists and is kind of the main subject of our research. I don't know if you want me to read what's in the parentheses here.
Cat, I swear to fucking God. Excuse me, I'm going to murder a cat.
Okay.
I just am always a fan of science and fantasy intermingling because of who I choose to be as a person.
I'm screwing back up on here.
Yeah. Sci fantasy is always a fun time. So did we have any kind of inclination about like where we're at, like what kind of institution we're at? Are we at a university? Is this more of a private citizen sort of thing?
I like more that it's like a university or like exploration for the exploration's sake rather than driven by the need for like technological breakthrough kind of vibe. It's not a capitalist driven science magic magic science.
Okay.
Love you.
Love
Yeah.
you too, babe.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Cool.
Also, like, because I know our pick crews and visuals have sort of a variety of styles because of how we roll. I was gonna maybe pitch as a sort of vibe for like aesthetic period. I know because we're doing this Magitech vibe. Maybe like the Dark Materials series could be like a point of reference for that sort of a little bit contemporary feeling, but also a touch of historical, but like recent history. But that mix of
Yeah.
people doing science, people doing magic, and people doing things that combine the two.
Yep. Little bit
Yeah.
of a steampunky vibe too.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what? I'm not ashamed. I have had my steampunk phase.
Yeah.
There is items of clothing in my house that are testament to that.
Fair. You're so valid.
You
Incredibly
say
so.
that as Dirk is laughing at me, but I'm going to say this, and I'll say this once. I refuse to be judged by Homestuck people.
I'm laughing because I also had a steampunk phase. Thank you very much.
Very good. But the
I just
point
wasn't able to
stands.
afford the accoutrements when I was into it.
Fair.
All right. So it sounds like we've got our setting pretty down pat. What's our project? We could fix climate change, provide unlimited clean energy, feed the world, create artificial life, or prove we orbit the sun. So when we were talking about this before we started playing, we had bandied about the idea of kind of doing something with some cool fungus. Is that still something where we're wanting to focus on?
I don't feel like it really fits anymore. 'Cause like in my head, because of the whole premise, I was thinking like we're probably trying to make something to do what's going to happen. So
Okay. Do we
I mean,
want it to be?
magic fungus can always be a power source or
That's
something.
true.
ooh, I didn't think of that.
I do like the idea that we are building a machine of some kind, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
What if there's something that's been seen as an innate property of these mushrooms, these magical fungus, that we're trying to harness to see if it can have an effect for, like, transportation? In the same way that the spores of these magic mushrooms, or this magical stuff, we're trying to see if there's a way that we can harness what they do in the same way that information can travel along mycelia, if we can do something similar but with moving people through space.
I like that.
Mm.
I want to say in defense, I've been rocking with this idea for a while, and it is not me ripping off spoilers for the current season of the Ravening War on Dimension 20. They're doing something very different with mycelia, but the point maintains.
okay.
Like this
Like
almost
that
like maybe
idea
they're
a
almost
lot.
sapient mushrooms. Like we've all seen that Tumblr post, just like you can't kill me in any way that matters. Like we all love that. But the idea of this not fully sapient in a way that we can directly communicate with them, but there is some level of sentience to this magically inclined fungus, and we're trying to work with it.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
I like that.
And we accidentally already answered where do we work? We're working with a university. So we're good there. Let's see. The next thing that we need to do is we need to decide what makes our quest difficult. So the 6 options we have in the book are: our invention is a huge leap forward. We're in unknown territory. Many have tried to do this and failed. Others are working on the same idea. We can't let them beat us. Powerful groups want to stop us. We're threatening their status quo. Time is short. We have to hurry bleh. I can talk today. We have to hurry our invention to avert a crisis, or our work could cause terrible harm if we aren't careful.
6.
Yeah, I'm immediately feeling 6.
And I feel like 1 as well. Like,
Yeah.
we're talking about big things, but also we could fuck up so bad.
Mm-hmm. And since the mushrooms are sapientish, like, part of the harm that we could cause is to the mushrooms.
Yeah.
I like that idea a lot. Great. So, sounds like we're in agreement there. So the next thing that we decide on is we do stuff to describe our fellowship. Basically, that's what we call the group of characters that are working together to complete the quest. We each have 2 characters, a main character and a minor character. Both are part of the fellowship, but our story is about our main characters. And our characters each have... goodness gracious. Sorry, I have too many tabs open and not enough screen space. Our characters each have, for main characters, name and pronouns, a look, a concept that is pulled from the Breakthrough playset. We also have a desire of what our main character wants from the quest and what they want from another character that the other character won't give them. The secondary characters just have name, pronouns, a look, and a concept, but they don't have any kind of desires or anything that are outlined. So I have the document arranged alphabetically. So I will go first. And you can already see some of the information that we have here. My main character is going to be Marius, thank the gods for small favors. They use they, them pronouns. They're a short, willowy person with pale skin and sharp features. They have long brown hair that's typically kept in a tight braid, and their fashion style tends towards neutral colors and turtlenecks. Their concept, because of who I am and who they are as a person, they are a disgraced scientist. What they want from the quest is vindication. Prove I'm not wrong and my ideas can work. I'm not a disgrace, gods damn it. And let's go through what we want from the other characters after we finish our introductions. And my secondary character is Parker Young, uses he, they pronouns. And they're a heavyset young trans man with tousled light brown hair and large brown eyes. He has round features and a sunny disposition and tends to dress very casually. And his concept is the family/loved one. And he is cousins with one of the other characters. So next up in the document, again, alphabetical order, Danielle.
So my main character is Talinor Jezrin, uses he, they pronouns. Built like a brick house, not especially tall but solid and muscular, extremely battle-scarred, has a nose that's clearly been broken several times. His expression is almost always severe, but he has bright blue eyes and short dark hair that's graying at the roots and temples, and he wears hearing aids. His concept is influential supporter, and what he wants from the quest is redemption under the guise of altruism. My military pension gives me more money than I know what to do with, so I might as well throw it at some worthy causes. I need to use the influence that I have responsibly, and if this project does what Mixed Favor says it can, and I can right my many wrongs, well, that's just a bonus. My secondary character is Erwin Rucker, uses he/him pronouns. He is barrel-chested, blonde, and blue-eyed, excitable, and achingly genuine. What if a border collie were a person? Many, many scars from different animals he definitely shouldn't have picked up. And his concept is unorthodox scientist.
And Dirk?
My main character is Rebel Vanguard. Zay uses they/them pronouns. Their look is a tall, mask of center Pacific Islander with a short dress under a cool jacket, which always has an inhaler in one pocket, plus a trinket for interacting with their god, Gibber, in the other. The trinket changes irregularly based on a variety of things. Rebel's concept is the visionary, and what they want from the quest is altruism. Rebel has ideas on how magic and science can work together and wants to see that taken to the logical extremes it can be for the betterment of society. My secondary character is Ishak Kuri. He uses he/him pronouns. His look is a late 40s South Indian man, very fit, and his concept is by-the-book scientist.
Jade.
My first character is Delphine O'Reilly, who goes by Fee and uses they/them pronouns. Long and lean individual with pale skin, grey-green eyes, and a mostly shaved head, except for some faded indigo bangs up front. The sort of typical, I say typical, but it's that punk hair that you've seen a bunch of times. If you're me, Jade Rose, it's because you watched Tank Girl as a youth and imprinted. And they perpetually dress like Laundry Day, but like there's a slight punk sensibility to the clothing, but it's like punk but lab wear appropriate, because their concept is the lab assistant. What they want from the quest is a revelation and vindication, and I will not elaborate on what that means just yet. They have something they're hoping to get out of this that will confirm some things. They're hopeful, but secretive about it. My secondary character, acting as the public relations guy for the university, I guess, is Morden Faraday. Uses he/him pronouns. Has light tanned skin, dark wavy chin length hair, and dark eyes, perpetually wearing tinted sunglasses like a douchebag. He probably has a medical reason for it, but he does not care about being referred to as a douchebag and will just grin at you if you call him such. Looking at the art I made for him this time, he is giving me big Tim Stoker vibes, and I'm not mad about it. So, shout out to my fellow Magnus Archives appreciators in the audience. Tim and Morden should never meet. Dear God.
That would be a whirlwind one-night event.
Everyone would have a good time. And yeah,
Alright.
Dirk. No, Dirk's
No,
on the shrug. I'm sorry, I can't read.
So my primary character is Vivian Blackthorn, the security officer. They are a very androgynous person with shoulder-length red hair, green eyes. Picru does not tend to do muscular well, but trust me, they are buff and very, very pretty. They put themselves together as such. Their goal from the quest is altruism. They really do want this work to help people and not tip their hand too much, but their primary goal is that they know that these people can succeed, and they're afraid of what will happen if they succeed without Vivian. And my secondary character is Dave Brown, the project manager. Take the most average man alive and make him a wet cat. He is very much a wage worker and has been for many years.
I love him so
Hell yeah.
much. He is.
I feel so bad for him already.
All right. So starting back at the top again, what I want as Marius from Talinor is trust. Believe in my motives or ideas. My methodology isn't suspect, and I know what I'm doing.
What Talinor wants from Rebel is also trust. I need Rebel to believe me when I say I'm not doing this for selfish reasons.
What Rebel wants from Fee is love. Me being in love with you has nothing to do with you.
What Fee wants from Vivian, again, is trust. There's a lot of wanting of trust that isn't being received in this group. I'm sure this is fine. To elaborate on that, just because I have motivations you don't understand doesn't mean that my actions are nefarious.
Vivian doesn't know what Yell's problems are. They know that you trust them. What they want from Marius is the truth. Specifically, what are the risks of this project that they aren't telling Vivian?
Awesome. All right. So we've got our quest. We've got our fellowship. It is now time to play. So to complete our quest, our fellowship will face 3 challenges. We won't know what the challenges will confront us at the start. We'll only know as they arise. Each challenge is something we need to do to move closer to our goal. If we succeed at a challenge, we are more likely to succeed at the quest. If we fail or ignore or refuse the challenge, it doesn't mean the quest immediately fails, but it makes it harder for us to win in the end. We pick challenges from the playset. We pick challenges from the playset, but our choices and the order that we put them in define the flavor of our game. Just some of this is not relevant. So for each of the 3 challenges, we follow the same steps. We pick our challenge and describe why it's difficult. We play scenes to explore how our characters deal with the challenge and each other. And we draw stones to see if the fellowship succeeds or fails at the challenge and whether any of our characters were lost or betrayed the fellowship. The 3rd challenge is different. Its outcome determines the success or failure of the entire quest. But our wins or losses in the first 2 challenges influence our chance of victory. After the 3rd challenge is resolved and we've seen whether the fellowship succeeds at the quest, we'll play a short epilogue to look at the characters' lives after the quest. After all that was said and done, was the quest worth it to them? So, we choose a player to pick the first challenge. And it must be someone. So with the first challenge, it doesn't matter, but it must be someone who has not picked one already. And the person who selects the challenge establishes that it's the next important step we need to take on our quest. And if it's the third challenge, we're establishing the final task after everything that's happened, we must complete to finish the quest. And the player who picks the challenge describes the problem that confronts our fellowship and fleshes out the situation and tells us what makes the challenge difficult and why we need to do it. So, who would like to pick our first challenge?
Or has seen a challenge that they really want to do. Suppose is another way of phrasing it.
Yeah.
I see a couple that look fun. Yeah, I have a thought for the first challenge.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty. Go for it.
Yeah, my thought is overcome a roadblock in the design.
Mm.
And I feel like, well, I don't necessarily know what the roadblock is, but I feel like it has something to do with translating what the mushrooms do into something that can be replicated by people or made into machinery, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I could not process what you were saying.
That's fair. So my thought is that the roadblock in the design is something to do. So, like, mushrooms have a way of communicating with each other, and we need to make that into machinery, into something that can be predictably created and used. And we're running into issues making that machinery. I think specifically the problem we're having is that, like, I guess more than like making the machinery, the issue we're having is we can't figure out how the mushrooms are doing what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Sorry.
No, go for it.
Yeah. When we were talking about how the mushrooms do something that we want to do to make like teleportation happen or something like that, something I was thinking is that maybe in the wild, like, people have seen like animals going up to these mushrooms to eat them and then like appearing somewhere else, disappearing from where they are and moving somewhere else.
Love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think the issue we're having is figuring out how they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we can replicate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like we've replicated the structures of this mushroom, but we can't make it do.
How do?
How do? What is the missing
How do
ingredient
that mushroom
here?
do?
I have replicated the entire mushroom. Why isn't it working?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
It's good. I feel like that sort of description kind of does encapsulate what makes it difficult, but I suppose it's like it's a different sort of magic
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
to what It's like if you don't understand, or if you can't read the alphabet, you can't begin to translate the words that you're seeing because it's in a completely different alphabet to what you're familiar to. So looking at like something in something in Arabic or in Hebrew, if you don't speak it, Hebrew is actually kind of good because it reads from right to left, you know? Like, if you don't even know what order to read it in, how are you supposed to begin to understand it? And it's like that. It's using two different systems and trying to make sense of it.
So, Dirk, because you determined the challenge, you then choose which main character you think would be the first to decide how to deal with this problem, and you can't pick your own. Like, who would take the lead for this problem? Who's going to do the first scene?
Honestly, I think it's gotta be Marius.
All right. So scenes are the meat of the game, and your scene is your spotlight time. It's your chance to explore your relationship to other characters in the Fellowship, and what you think about the quest, and what you're doing to deal with the challenge. Use your scenes to lay groundwork and put our plans in motion, but no matter what happens, we won't know if we succeed or fail at the challenge until after everyone has made a scene. We may think that things are going well or poorly, but we won't learn the outcome until we get to the climax. One other nifty aspect of Follow is consequences. If someone thinks you described your character succeeding at something too easily, they can add a consequence and describe how your actions put another player's character in danger or difficulty. The consequence may be something you didn't want and could not have foreseen, but it's a side effect of your actions nonetheless. Anyone can add a consequence, not just players in the scene. If you're making the consequence, you can put your own character in danger however you want, but if you want to have the consequence fall on someone else's character, describe your idea and then adjust or negotiate until that player approves, since they have final control over their character. So, just a fun little twist for everybody involved. So, I think that Marius is probably working with Fee and let's see, Fee and let's get Dave in here. I feel like Dave is probably as the project manager, maybe breathing down Marius's neck about this a little bit, because that's what project managers do. And I think Fee is working with Marius. They're probably in the lab with our selection of mushrooms. And Marius is at an old school chalkboard working with some specific runes. And cursing a little, because every time they come up with a new combination of runes to try, and they attempt to use them on the prototype machinery, everything fizzles, and nothing seems to work. So that is where Marius is at. I'm not sure where Fee wants to be, or how Dave wants to come in here. but that's where Marius is at.
I think Fee is currently tending to the small, like, mushroom garden we have set up. You know, like those really fancy, like, orchid growing things with, like, the light and the misters. I think they're currently working on that. Trying to ignore Marius. Well, you know, it's like when, you know, sometimes how your cat just needs to yell, and it doesn't want anything from you, it just is yelling. Perhaps to hear the sound of its own voice, who knows? But it's sort of like, I'm just going to leave them to it. If they want me to input, they'll ask for input. So, it's just... Carry on. Pac-Man, I don't know if this is your first introduction to Marius. They're fine. This is just who they are.
There's a reason Marius is cancelled.
Yeah, it's true.
To be clear, I love Marius. I am the president. Not of the Marius did nothing wrong club, because Marius has done plenty wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just president of the fan club because we love them.
Listen, I
think
am the
Dave-
person who loves... Oh, sorry?
No.
It was an entirely irrelevant comment.
We love those here.
No, I was just saying I'm the person who likes Elias Bouchard from the Magnus Archives, so...
Mhm.
I was thinking about how Dave is looking in this scene at the moment. I think he is staring a little blankly at this chalkboard. Kind of scratches his scruffy beard a little bit. Just like, alright. So run me through this again. What is the problem? Because the faculty was told... I told the faculty that if you could replicate the structure of the mushrooms, it would solve your problems. So what's still missing?
There's more than just the structure and play here. It's like electric wiring. The wiring itself does not power the fixture. The wiring is just a conduit. We have the conduit, but being able to conduct the energy is proving difficult. It's almost like the structure is fighting me anytime I try to put something through it.
So what do you need? More juice?
The quantity of juice, as you put it, appears to be irrelevant. It's the type of energy that we're feeding through it seems to be the issue. But nothing that I've tried so far has managed to produce a result. And so now I'm stuck here trying to figure out what kind of energy is going to succeed where the others have failed.
Dog's looking for the right juice recipe. Fee says, glancing over, figuring that, you know, possibly translating into Dave-friendly speak is required.
And Marius goes back to the chalkboard, kind of ignoring Dave, as they try configuring another set of runes, and then taking that to the machinery. And this particular set of this particular combination seems to result in an energetic response. Sparks fly, Marius recoils, and is just like, damn it.
What do you think it didn't like?
It's difficult to say.
Hey, August, what does Marius actually think in that moment?
I think the reason that I think Marius is specifically trying to prove that they're not just faffing about, because that's what they feel kind of threatened by Dave about. And so they're just like throwing spaghetti at a wall at this point. Just feeling stressed. I feel like this has introduced an element of time pressure to the challenge in some ways.
Yeah, Phil go over to Dave as Marius is like back at the chalkboard, being like, I don't think you're helping. No offense.
Look,
You know, it's like when somebody's at your shoulder watching you type and you start messing up.
the faculty, the investors, they want news. They want an estimate. If you need more time, I can try to get it for you. I don't care, as long as they're paying us.
I get it, alright? Look, they're trying. I know they look like they're just being an asshole, but they are trying. Being an asshole is just a byproduct of who they are.
Look. Just keep trying, alright? I'll try to hold off the suits. But
Thank you, Dave.
they're not gonna want to see the mushrooms spitting sparks at their faces.
Look, I will email over the really nice schematic photos we have. Stuff that looks really good for investors, alright? Give you something to show progress is being made. They don't need to know that we haven't found the right juice yet.
Tell me what you need, and I'll get this to Morden. He'll spin it.
He'll do that. And I gently sort of turn Dave by the shoulders and push him out of the lab. Goodbye, Dave.
At the mention of Morden, Marius like cringes
chalk snap.
a little. But I think that scene. So now we continue down the list, so that means it's Danielle's scene next.
Okay. I think... So, Dirk, Rebel's concept is visionary. What do you envision that meaning in like a practical sense? Like, what does they do?
I am so glad you asked that, because I was literally just thinking about that. I think what that means in practice is that Zay talks to pretty much everyone on the team. Basically puts all the information together, probably makes some graphs, and tries to see if there is anything that is being overlooked or being overlapped.
I see.
Uh,
So Zay is the theorist with the string corkboard.
yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Were you... I'm sorry, I cut you off there. Did you have anything else to say about that?
No, I think that's the main part of it. I think Rebel probably is also the person you go to ask when you need more staples.
So the quartermaster as well. Okay.
Listen, there's only so much time you spend ordering staples and pens and notepads.
Yes, I have in fact worked in a lab before. I do know how. I know how it be. Okay, so I think this is a scene between Talonor and Rebel. Perhaps Vivian is also there, but I think basically Talonor has come to Rebel's quote-unquote office / working space where Zay has the their giant string board set up. And I think he has a cup of coffee he has 2 cups of coffee. And as he walks in, he kind of just clears his throat and offers the other cup of coffee to Rebel.
I think when they come in, Rebel is currently looking at the pin board, which, because of who I choose to be as a person, is a little bit sci-fi hologram board and a little bit magic. So, the things are all up there and visible, but they can move around. Oh, it's a bit like that. It's that one thing. You can zoom it out or zoom it in. The Table Friends used it for some recent Magic game. Whatever. Long story short is it's very interactive, and Rebel is looking at different information, maybe opening an email or something, and when Talonor comes in, Rebel looks up and yeah, like a mind map. Thank you, Packbat. But yeah, when Talonor clears his throat, Rebel looks up and says, "Oh, hello. Is that for me?"
He looks at the proffered coffee and looks back at Sem like, yes.
Excellent. Rebel takes the cup of coffee and actually sorry, I'm cracking myself up because I know what Zay is about to do with it, and it's ridiculous. But I think what Zay does is tosses like not all of the coffee, but sort of like splashes it onto the mind map. And like looks at where the coffee hits, where it splatters on the ground, and seems to be like very seriously considering what has happened here.
I was wondering if it was like, because this is literally like a representative of your mind and how you're thinking about things, whether this was just a new way of getting caffeine into your system. So like direct, a topical application of caffeine.
Don't even talk to me until my map has had its coffee.
To be clear,
Nope.
yours is much more interesting. But I was like, is this what's about to happen? It's good.
No, it's a type of chaos divination.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I think that Talinor like blinks at this, but then kind of just like falls into almost a parade rest kind of posture. His free hand that no longer has coffee in it is behind his back as he sips the coffee he brought for himself. And they kind of watch Rebel looking at this pattern of coffee. And say, so have you found anything to get around Marius's not roadblock, not obstacle either, problem?
I'm thinking 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the meantime, I think I would like Vivian to be here if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a case of like Talinor is a VIP in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so Vivian escorted him to Rebel's office.
Oh, I do like that.
And probably doesn't need to be here still, but is.
Mm-hmm.
And is maybe paying a little too much attention to both the mind map happening and to Talinor specifically.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Just before we get too deep into conversation,
Mm-hmm.
in case Rebel wants to say things that Vivian shouldn't hear.
I think what Rebels says is, I'm making progress, I think, but, and like pauses to squint at part of the mind map, and then down at where the coffee has dripped onto the floor, and Zay says, I'm trying, I feel like the answer is, and making vague hand gestures, like they can't find the words, because I keep starting sentences that I don't have endings to. So, but after a few moments, Rebel puts down the coffee cup on like a desk or a table, grabs some paper towel, wipes up the coffee on the floor, and most of what's on the mind map. And okay, so I know what's in my head, but I don't know how Rebel would communicate it. Specifically to Talonor, but just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Could you extrapolate it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Could you, Dirk, extrapolate it for Rebel rather than trying to find the words for Rebel? Like, you tell us, the players, what Zay is trying to get across.
Yeah. Thank you. That is helpful. I think, what Rebel communicates is that, there is, some sort of, like, missing connection, but Marius not finding it is not a fault in Marius's ability, in like Marius's work or methodology, basic, and it's gosh, because like the basic thing I'm thinking is that like there's something about the mushrooms that partially responds to like emotions or energy or something like that. And Marius has a specific energy that
Just say Marius is not chill enough for the mushroom.
yeah, well, it's not even just like not chill enough. It's just that like Marius like probably doesn't realize that there is a specific energy that needs to be happening, and B, even if Marius did realize, would have difficulty like giving that specific energy because of who they choose to be as a person.
Ooh.
And
sorry, go.
Oh no, go for it.
I was gonna ask if Vivian cuts in with a metaphor here. Because I do like the idea that they were looking at the spilled coffee as well, and picked up on a little more than Rebel thought they would. Just realizing where they're going with this discussion, just like, Marius is trying to work this like metal. It should be more like glass blowing.
Rebel looks at Vivian, like wheels to look at Vivian, and grins and points. And just points at Vivian. You know that way you do when you're like, you are correct.
You get me.
You got it.
You get me.
Yes. And Rebel says, that's exactly it. I didn't realize that's what I was trying to say, but that's exactly it. Oh, and like Rebel does like a little wiggle, and I'm disowning you. But like Rebel does like a little wiggle and basically like resumes talking to Talonor and basically says like there is scientific method, there is magic. There is magic with the scientific method. And then there is, the wibbly stuff. And, obviously Zay doesn't say it like that, but that's what Zay communicates.
Mm-hmm. So, I think Talinor kind of, watches this whole thing. And the entire time, he's so just serious all the time. Almost like he doesn't know how to work his face to make expressions that are happy. Which sounds way sadder than it did in my head. But
Out of practice,
yeah.
We've all been.
Yeah.
We're autistic, it happens.
Word!
And he kind of nods slowly as Rebel comes to an end to their speech. And he says, "So, do we need to take Marius off the project? Or put someone else in charge?"
No, I don't think that's it. I think... I think Marius might need help. Not like that. So much as, there's more to it. And, yeah, I think... Oh, they're not gonna like this. I feel like there just needs to be more people involved.
It's fine, we've just got to bring Owen in. That energy in the room. What can go wrong?
They'll balance out. Yeah.
I don't know Talinor just happening to also know, the other scientists in this fellowship. Just I know some guys.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I think he does say something along the lines of I'm in contact with some faculty from XYZ department or XYZ nearby university that we can maybe get some collaborators in here.
And Rebel nods. I think that would be helpful.
Cool.
And then Rebel wrinkles their nose and is like, I will tell Marius.
I think that's a good place to end scene. And it's now Dirk's scene.
Yep. So I definitely want to do a scene with Marius in it, obviously. And I kind of do want Erwin to be there.
Yeah. This is Talinor has contacted Erwin. Erwin is here to tour the facilities. But also you haven't been able to break the news to Marius until now. And so you've offered to be the one to give Erwin the tour so that you can also break the news to Marius.
I was going to offer up Morden giving the tour with
that's
Owen
also good.
To bring in mid-conversation.
I like that.
Yes. Oh, that's excellent. I love it.
Just let me know If the moment doesn't strike me as being the most optimal for hilarity and or drama, just let me know.
Excellent, excellent. So, yeah.
Just assume
so this
Feed's
is,
out on lunch or whatever and is not there.
yeah. So, so August, I presume Marius is just still there, cursing at the chalkboard.
I think they may have pushed the chalkboard aside and are now poring over some sort of tomes, just like because clearly the way that they've been trying to weave the energy isn't working, so maybe they need to try a different paradigm. So they're like looking up a different paradigm to try using to put the energy together and put it through the synthetic mycelia.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where they're at.
In that case, I think Rebel comes to the door with more books in the same vein for Marius, and like sort of knocks on the door the way you knock on an open door, and just says, "Knock, knock, Marius."
Marius takes a deep breath and is just like, enter.
That was the plan. I brought the books you wanted.
I appreciate the gesture.
And Rebel has brought the books Marius specifically asked for, and maybe one or two others that aren't specifically that, but are related, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, like, sets them down next to where Marius is, and says, "So I know you only asked for these ones here, but these ones were also in the same vein and referenced in connection with these, so I thought they'd be helpful for you."
Thumbs through, just like, briefly scans through one of the additional tomes and nods and says, "This could be a good lead."
And Rebel nods and looks at the chalkboard and just like, "So how are things going?"
Marius gestures to the experimental setup, and Rebel can see all of the scorch marks. And like there maybe even is a part of like the setup that's slightly melted.
What did you do?
My job. This is not an easy fight, and it is a fight to get this working.
I feel like I want Rebel to say something like, "Why is it a fight?" but not exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rebel is trying to fish for how Marius feels about the project as a general whole.
What if it's something like what makes it a fight rather than a debate or a dialogue? Or whatever word Rebel might choose.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Rebel says, "Okay, so why a fight and not like a conversation?
If it were a conversation, I would be getting useful feedback. And Marius just kind of glares at the setup. But all of the feedback I've received has been violent, so I have no choice but to treat this as a hostile confrontation.
Do you know how the mushrooms provide feedback?
Marius kind of shakes their head and says, "This isn't about the mushrooms themselves. This is about our ability to synthesize the way that the mushrooms conduct energy and thereby manipulate that energy so we can use it to our own ends. If I knew how the mushrooms conducted this, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in."
Huh. Alrighty.
This is when that you hear footsteps just in the hall. All right then, Miss Rucker. Or do you prefer Doctor Rucker, Professor Rucker?
Just call me
Owen.
Owen. Really, it's totally fine.
Absolutely. All right, Owen. Well, here we are. This is where the magic happens, or doesn't happen, as it happens to be. Marius, Rebel.
Third day.
This is Erwin. This is the scientist that Talonor has brought in to help.
Erwin smiles really big and steps forward and offers his hand. Like, pleasure to meet you.
Like, is very stiff. Glares at Morden, and then, again, very stiffly takes Erwin's hand. It's, they don't do a limp fish handshake, but it's not like, they're not like trying to vie for control or anything like that. They don't have anything to prove with this handshake. It's just very perfunctory.
His hands are very warm and calloused, and he doesn't like try to shake your arm off. It's just like firm grip, smile. I've heard so many good things about you, Dr. Favors.
Not from me, says Morden from across the way.
Rebel is just looking at the ceiling, like, this had to be happening right now.
Jade, I do want to confirm that Morden and Marius are still exes in this universe, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Good.
In that case, I think Rebel absolutely says, "You're not helping."
I can leave. I will leave. Air kisses either side of Rebel and just walks out. Just like, I did my job.
Goodbye. It was great to meet you.
Great to meet you too, Owen. Good luck. Pops head back around the door, and they don't actually bite, even though they look like they want to. They're not nearly ballsy enough for that. Walks.
Get out of my lab.
I'm not in your lab.
Rebel is definitely flipping Morden off, like half playfully, but like
he returns the gesture in the spirit given as he leaves. Fuck, I love playing Morden. He sucks. He's great.
I love it when you play Morden.
He's excellent.
He's a
Rebel,
shitheel.
introduces himself to Erwin. Hi, I'm Rebel Vanguard. It's a pleasure to meet you. Um, Holds out a hand to shake as they speaks. I was just getting around to telling Professor Favors that other people were going to be added to the team. So, if they are a little pricklier than normal, that is why.
Erwin shakes her hand warmly, and kind of steps back and puts a hand on his chest. Am I not welcome here?
No, you are absolutely welcome here. I just was just now getting ready to let Marius know. And like Rebel looks at Marius. I spoke with Talinor the other day, and based on what I've been looking at, this project needs more people. Because vague gesture, not at Marius, but just in general. Because you are who you are, and you are not who gesture at all of Erwin. He is. And he is not you.
I see.
Ooh,
And,
are these the mushrooms?
Yes. Yes, they are. And Marius looks a little resigned.
Erwin steps forward as soon as Marius confirms this, and like is right up, face in the mushrooms. These are gorgeous. Have you told them that they're gorgeous? Look at them. Look at all these colors. You know, I didn't know
A couple
that...
of the mushrooms start glowing a little at the praise.
I didn't know you could get them to grow in captivity. Whoever's taking care of them must be doing a great job. They're so lovely.
Marius just like looks on in disbelief and is wondering if they're going to have to, like, Erwin's going to make them praise the mushrooms too, but doesn't say that aloud.
And I think Erwin kind of turns and looks at the chalkboard. Still kind of like absent-mindedly petting the mushrooms. And he points at the equations, and he says, "That's brilliant. I would never have thought to use Nebuchadnezzar's equations for this kind of thing."
And at that, Marius perks up and is just like, yes, well, I mean, the typically used Mordenkainen method was clearly not appropriate for this particular use case, so I decided to go a little further afield in my testing.
Erwin nods along. Yeah, that's really smart. Have you ever thought about mixing Nebuchadnezzar with Ashlyn?
And Marius looks a little thoughtful and says, that may hold some promise.
Cool.
Well, Rebel gets the revel in being right. In the background. Just like, yes.
Oh yeah, Rebel is just like loitering, watching this happen, and when there is like a pause, it's just like, well, I will leave you two to it. Erwin, if you need anything, I'm up on the 3rd floor, and just like gives a little wave and slides on out.
Sounds like this is seen then.
Yeah.
Cool. Jade.
Alrighty. Trying to think who should be in this scene. Trying to think who we haven't had on camera yet as well. I think it's just Ishak and Parker at this point. I'm not sure who would make necessary sense for this one. I'll leave this open to anybody that wants to come in. I think this is later, maybe even like after dark. The lab's like shut up for the night. I assume Marius will eventually be convinced to leave to go sleep and eat. And Fee lets themselves into the lab and goes over to the mushroom enclosure, vivarium maybe, however we want to describe it, and sort of clocks how vibrant some of them are looking, and smiles a little and rests their hand on like some of the soft moss just around them and says quietly, "Well, you look like you've had a good day." And then looks like they're listening to something and nods. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get to meet him tomorrow. Pulls the hand away and goes about feeding them, I guess. It's like setting off the misters or whatever, checking the pH levels in the soil. The general upkeep of the space.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone wants to find them there, they're welcome to.
I mean, do you want Fee, like, getting caught? Because I have an idea, but...
Well, Fee's allowed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not unauthorized. But, I don't know. To be clear, I don't think anyone else involved with the project has seen them apparently talking to the mushrooms. To be clear. So, that's not something they do when anyone else is around. And, like, it's not like the way Erwin was talking to the mushrooms. Like, one might talk to an animal. Like, something that can clearly recognize things but doesn't expect a response.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Fee was clearly listening to something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, it's interesting if Vivian is here, but also Vivian is about to have a scene, so I might want to say
You are allowed to have 2 back-to-back scenes with your character in. Gestures to the fact that Dirk just did that with Rebel.
I have a thought.
What you got?
So, audience, out of character, I am the kind of person who likes to know how my character interacts with others. And we decided that Ishak and Vivian are workout buddies. So here's a fun thought. What if Ishak and Vivian are down there because Ishak left his shoes?
Mm-hmm. Oh, what? And like Vivian is that they're making, or it's literally like they've come back up after working out, so Ishak can find his shoes. Cool. Just clarifying.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah. So
yeah, you would notice however you two want to establish you're coming into the scene, but you would notice that there's lights on in the lab.
I think there's just the tail end of a conversation as they both enter the lab. Vivian just like, look, it's a good thing that you work out with me, because I actually have keys to this place, and this place doesn't shut down until I'm gone.
I am very lucky. My boyfriend would make fun of me if I came home without my shoes again.
Doesn't have full on quite caught in the headlights, but it's a little bit like. Hey, Vivian. Dr. Corey.
Oh,
Just,
hello.
You know, doing what I do. Tidy some papers.
Ishak looks skeptical.
And I think Vivian's going to play interference here and try to direct Ishak's attention back to getting the shoes and getting out.
What's
Just
Vivian thinking in that moment?
They want to know what V is up to, but they know that Ishak will want to stop whatever this is, and they don't know that that's necessarily the best idea.
V will point over. Sorry, V is shrug symbol. V. I'm sorry, I chose this character name. I'm sure this isn't at all confusing for you. V just gestures over to Ishak's sort of like workstation. Says, "I think I saw your shoes under there when I was sweeping up. I have to come in to make sure that the mushrooms are good, and I thought I would tidy up while I was in here. I need to wait a while for the pH test to finish."
They're the reason that I stay late here anyway. It's good to know that I don't have to reopen to reclose after a workout.
The skepticism on Ishak's face is so high. He is just...
What's he thinking?
He's just like... okay. I know something is going on here. I have no idea what, or what even could be going on here. But I know something is up. And he's just like, all right.
I'm sorry if I seem skittish. I just wasn't expecting to run into anybody. Professor Favors knows I'm here. Said it's part of my responsibilities as part of the project. I know you're pretty new still to this project. I mean, not the university. I am sorry if I startled you by being here. And they're being genuine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know how
honestly...
Ishak feels about somebody seemingly knowing the right thing to say. But it is the right thing to say.
Oh yeah, like, it does work, because like the mention of Marius, like Professor Favors says this is part of my duties. Ishak definitely gets that look of, oh yes, that person. uh, and it's just like, well, don't overwork yourself, I guess. He goes over to like get his shoes, and is they were over where Fee said they were, and he just like holds them up like, got them.
It's a thumbs up. The Fee like looks to Vivian and just like, I'll just be about another 5 minutes. I can meet you downstairs before you lock up.
Of course.
Thank you. Pivots on a heel, goes back over to the desk that they were working at.
And when they get out of earshot of the lab, Ishak is definitely going to look at Vivian and say, I think that is what the kids would call sus.
Oh my god.
He is fully doing this on purpose.
Tracks.
Vivian's gonna straight up lie to his face, and say, "Well, it's not uncommon for Fee to stay late. I do have to wait for them every so often. You know, I have to be the last one to leave. But speaking of leaving, you ought to get back to your boyfriend, because if you leave quick, you won't have to explain any lateness."
And he just like narrows his eyes at Vivian, and it's just like, that is unkind of you. You're right, but you don't have to like it. And he just sort of claps him on the shoulder with a grin and heads off.
Back up in the lab. Fee places their hand into the vivarium once more and frowns a little bit. Just like, you don't have to laugh at me, you know. It's rude. It looks like they're listening some more. Smiles. It's just like, all right, yes, I will encourage him to stick his face in here again tomorrow. Pulls hand away, starts turning some lights off. It's like, fucking pervy mushrooms. Heads out of the lab, closes the door. For those of you who don't know, this is a nod to some of Owen's tendencies, and I just like the notion that the mushrooms pick up on that. And just like, this guy, he's weird. He's our kind of weird. Okay, I don't want to know why you like the new guy. Okay, that's your business. Look, monster fuckery is a two-way street. Monster has to be interested in the person, alright? All the love in the world to Erwin Rucker, whose name rhymes with, you know.
I wasn't gonna call Jade out that hard, but now that
do you mean Danielle? By any chance, in that moment, having called Danielle Jade twice in like the past week or so.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
one of these days.
Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two podcasters.
They look the same, I'm sorry.
Alright, Vivian.
So we haven't seen Parker yet. August, is it important to you that Parker is seen in this challenge? Because I don't know how this would happen.
Yeah, I can't see a really good way for Parker to be involved in this challenge, and that's fine.
Oh, poor guy.
There'll be time.
Yeah.
We'll get him in on the action soon.
Yeah.
Imagine we lose a character and just like, well, he wasn't here anyway.
Well, rip.
I want to circle back with Fee. I want to get one of the other scientists here. I feel like this might be something that Vivian is trying to gather information, probably behind Marius's back. Just because they won't say. They won't say the things that they need to know.
Is this then Fee showing Erwin how they take care of the mushrooms?
Yeah, this can be the setup if you want to encounter that, if that works for your purposes.
Do we want to do something outside of the lab? What does Fee do recreationally? Or, let me put it this way. Who could Vivian encourage to have a card, like a poker night or something similar?
Yeah, Feel play poker. Absolutely. They're really good at it.
The name that came to my mind is Rebel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rebel would absolutely play poker. It's just I've already been in a couple scenes, so.
That's
No, but
allowed.
I think Fee and Rebel being here is good as well, though. I just feel like it's
Let's
interesting to
invite
be
Talador.
away from the mission. I want
Let's
to,
invite Talanor. And we could bring Parker too. That could
Yeah.
be fun.
Oh yeah, that could be fun.
Parker's awful at poker. This
I
is
know
why
at the
Rebel
very
brings him.
least. At the very least, Vian has tried to convince Talanor to come along. Also, does he have a military title?
General, frankly.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally cool.
Yum.
So General Jezrin has gotten an appropriately formal invitation for an out-of-work event by Vivian, who definitely is just doing this for university morale and support, and not because they are personally very interested in the history and personality of General Jezrin.
Yeah, I mean, if Vivian doesn't tell Talanor that it's specifically poker, he will come.
Oh, what is the best bullshit way that this could have been phrased on an invitation?
Invite?
Yeah, if Parker is here, then it's not necessarily a work event. So it's not it is not a team building social necessarily.
I mean, is it a dinner party?
Yeah.
Cool.
Is it a dinner party at somebody's house or at a restaurant?
I think Vivian knows a good restaurant. Um, not like an upscale thing. Maybe like I want to say almost like a tavern or like one of those cafes where you could do like somewhere where it wouldn't be inappropriate to do.
You've rented a back
Like
room
games
at the
and
Ruby
stuff.
Tuesdays.
Yeah,
Nice.
something like that. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
I
a
was gonna
little
say-
better.
It could be as part of your reasoning, given that you were there at the conversation. That's why Rebel and Talon are just like looking to bring some much needed different energy to the project. I just love the notion that Rebel brings pasta.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. Like
Rebel
Like,
Rebel
even
definitely
him.
is welcome to bring Parker. I think maybe Vivian has met Parker before and is like, yes, thank you. That sounds great. Please do.
What do you think,
If
August?
you want better vibes at a gathering, you bring Parker Young. Pasta will have a bad time when they're there. Parker's great.
Yeah, I mean, Parker is Rebel's cousin, so I mean, and they have a pretty good relationship. I think we decided, so it isn't outside the realm of possibility that like Rebel would have dragged Parker along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
So Fee and Rebel get this as I want to go have a good time. I want to be able to just hang out with folks and maybe shoot the shit over cards. Talonor gets this is a morale realignment social event.
God. Amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, now that I've set the scene for 5 more minutes than was necessary,
Nope. That was perfectly necessary. Hey, plus.
Who gets there first? Vivian, presumably.
yeah. Vivian has like reserved, some corner. Has all the recommendations for what is best here.
Unless Fee is the type to show up super early, I think Rebel's probably next, and probably also Parker if they went together, because
Yeah.
Rebel is definitely the sort to show up like 15 minutes early. Like, I just want to make sure we're not late and we're in the right spot. You know. So.
Talonor shows up exactly on time.
Fee is a couple of minutes late. So I just saw Izzy in the chat missed the context about but I'm so sorry, Izzy. You missed the extended Erwin Rucker monster fucker call out that I did. You'll have to watch the VOD. But yeah, Fee is not an unreasonable amount late. It's more just like maybe a couple of minutes after the agreed meeting time. They show up. And they do apologize.
I think Vivian has anticipated their drink order, so that is waiting by the time they get there.
Okay, what do they think Fee drinks?
See, that would require me to know personally about Fee's preferences, which I don't.
I thought you were going to say it would have to involve you knowing about alcoholic beverages, which would also
That
be...
is also true.
Look, I love my basically teetotal boyfriend. It's good, actually. Give me a ballpark. Liquor, beer, cocktail, a vibe. Okay,
I
well,
think
is this
that
something that
it's-
they've talked about as a weird conversation in the past that
Yeah, I think
Vivian
this is
has
just
remembered?
a thing that they have mentioned offhand.
Okay,
Because, like,
then
he
it's
and
probably
Vivian aren't close by any means.
no. But if it's a sign like that Vivian has remembered something that came up in
Mhm.
conversation, that's telling. And I'd say some kind of beer. I, Jade, don't know enough about beer to comment, but like, probably like, I don't know, an IPA or something like, or whatever this place has on tap that's good, that's sort of a lighter beer rather than like a stout or a porter.
Yeah, it's something local too.
Yeah.
Speaking of teetotalers, August, does Parker drink?
I think Parker is the kind of person who'd have one drink and then be tipsy. And I think he likes, fruity cocktails.
Oh, excellent. Because I feel like Rebel would definitely order the giant margarita.
Like the fishbowl.
Yep.
God, excellent.
and then just look at it and go, oh, that's what I ordered. Well, period.
So Telenor shows up in an officer's coat.
Oh no.
It's so formal. Autistic king. I love her.
And like he's pressed the uniform and polished his buttons kind of deal. And and he kind of like steps into the establishment precisely on time, sees immediately what kind of establishment this is, i.e. not necessarily a bad one, but he has definitely overdressed for the occasion.
Yeah.
Pauses for just a moment as he like surveys the room, so that it might be mistaken as him just surveying the room to find where the people he's come to meet are, rather than, and walks over to the corner slash out of the way room that Vivian has picked out, and orders a water from the waiter, and sits ramrod straight in his chair.
Yeah.
Good evening.
General, I am truly honored that you could join us. It is really, truly wonderful to have you aboard this project, and I wanted to make sure that you felt welcome. Vivian has dressed precisely one step below what they would typically wear for work, so it is intentionally overdressing for this place. For the purpose of Telenor not feeling as overdressed. And also, Vivian did, like, wave a second after they know that Telenor has seen them. And needs an excuse to still be looking.
Good. Great. He doesn't smile because he's not really the kind of person that smiles, but like you can see some of the tension in his shoulders relax just a hair, so he's sitting like properly but not tense. Pleasure to be here. Is this everyone we're expecting?
Mix O'Reilly should be along shortly. They have a tendency to leave things in the lab until the last moment.
Door opens to the place as Fee gets in.
Rebel's straw makes a slurping noise, and they, like, apologizes. Like, I think it got stuck on some fruit.
You're just like, right, so this is everyone.
As Fee sits at the table, clocks the drink that Vivian has ordered for them, gives a little nod of appreciation, and will say without much preamble, "So what's the buy-in tonight?"
Well, it depends how much you brought with you.
How much are you prepared to lose? Pulls out wallet, starts flipping through.
Vivian pulls out a full-on small case, deck of cards, stacks of chips. We have time for a couple of hands before they come back around for orders. And Vivian is something of a card shark.
Oh, that makes two of them.
Yeah, so this is definite competition, at least between the two of them. I suppose it is a question of how much they want to intentionally lose to not discourage anyone else.
It's sort of... I think also they're interested in chatting to Parker, who they haven't met before. I think that makes sense. And August, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, because I feel like you players and the people listening at home have clocked into Fee's vibe. Parker's very genuine, right? Like, he tends to say what he's thinking.
Yeah.
So I think there's something about talking to Parker that's very easy for Fee. So we'll definitely play conservatively the first few hands, nothing showy.
Yeah, Park has a shit poker face, and loses his shirt. But is a good sport about it.
Rebel is also a bit of a card shark, but almost definitely not as good at it as Fee or Vivian.
There's something fun thinking about the different ways people can be card sharks. There are some people that are just good at reading tables. There are some people that sort of can effectively count cards. What makes Rebel good at cards? Is it a reading people thing?
It's a little bit of a reading people thing and a little bit of card counting. And a lot of what Fee will clock as apparently random luck.
Yep. That tracks. Is it known who Rebel is effectively, whose Rebel's deity is?
It's one of those things where Rebel doesn't hide it, but Rebel's also not telling it to all and sundry either. It's you see the person with the undercut and the cool jacket and the stompy boots, and you're probably queer, but
but you have the deity version of that. It's probably follows a chaos god.
Pretty much. And,
that is, in fact, Rebel's alignment. Chaotic queer.
Fully.
But yeah, and what's just because I'm getting a vibe of what this table, I want to ask Tal too, because Parker shit at no poker face, can't bluff. He's just happy to be here. What's Vivian's card shark style?
Very much reading people. Extremely good at bluffing. That's their main strength. And also, if Rebel's chaos luck manifests as anything close to cheating, Vivian will cheat worse.
No, Rebel won't cheat in this particular game.
Rebel might not cheat. Does Gibber cheat?
Yes, Gibber cheats. Of course, Gibber cheats.
Well, that's my point. Do you find like appropriate cards in your hand that you shouldn't have?
I think it's more like Rebel just like very consistently like manages to pick up just the right card, or will cut the deck and then pick up a card, that sort of thing. Not often, but like just often enough that it's like so like I think for Vivian in particular, I don't think they'd be able to specifically say that Rebel is cheating because it's not that obvious, but it's like just sus enough.
I mean, the original incarnation of Vivian was also a paladin, so there's something going on here.
In that case, they probably pick up on it a little bit, but it's like
there is something being counteracted.
What about Talonor? Is Talonor good at cards?
So
Once he finds out what it is that's happening here?
So, I don't know that he's good at cards. I think he's passable at cards in general, because he was in the military for all his life, and so they know how to play cards. That's a thing that you do. And so he's passable at cards, but the thing that makes him frustrating to play against is not because he's good, but because he's impossible to read. Like, he makes plays that probably aren't the best plays for poker, but he can get away with them because everybody looks at this stone-faced, intimidating, towering man, and it's just like, yeah, that makes sense. He definitely has what he says he has, kind of vibe.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very.
I think there becomes this interesting table dynamic then, of who Fee is willing to bet against, as it were. Like, and when certain people are holding, there are people they absolutely will call out. Doesn't do it to Talonor. I think you clock that that's happened like a couple of times maybe, but for the most part doesn't. And given how much Vivian and Rebel are both good at paying attention, they might not necessarily be able to figure out why, but I think they would see that reluctance to do so. Though it could just probably, it might read as them being intimidated. I don't. That's up to you guys how you read it. But it's definitely like an unwillingness to test luck against him, if that makes sense.
Sorry. You go.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna say, I don't think Rebel picks it up during the game. It's one of those things Zay notices in hindsight
Yeah.
because there is definitely like Rebel is not rude to Fee, like at all, nothing close to it. It's just like most people would clock it as Rebel being shy around Fee or just not having much to say to Fee. Like you know that thing where you can talk normally to everybody except for the person you have a crush on? That's Rebel's
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Oh.
Fee is careful around Rebel. Not in a awkward way, but like doesn't ever seem to press or like push back against those sorts of things, and never like calls Rebel out for being different around them than they are with other people.
This is such a fascinating table we've created.
I love it. I do want to do a little bit of the actual conversation because this should at some point relate to the challenge.
Of course.
So I think that this starts with Vivian talking to Talonor. Just, General, I'm sure we're all very interested to know what you see in this project. I mean, you're one of our primary backers. I know that sounded like there was going to be more of that sentence, and then there wasn't.
Been there.
I think Talonor has a very well prepared speech, because I think he's been asked this question a fucking lot. Because everyone wants to know why the former 5-star general is taking an interest in this weird university project. And so he has, I think, several stock answers to this question that he has specifically practiced to be able to answer this question. And I think he starts with that. And it just gives the spiel that well, I really believe in the capabilities of this project, and the university was my alma mater, and I wanted to be able to give back, and I think that this project can do a lot for our world, and the possibility of opening travel up to the far reaches of the continent where we wouldn't otherwise be able to travel except for months-long trips. And he makes a joke that is clearly a canned joke. He has told this joke many times of having crossed that distance many times myself. Haha.
Does he say haha like
He
that?
does not. He does not. But the kind of wry smile he gives looks out of place on his face.
Rebel genuinely laughs at the joke, is genuinely tickled by this joke.
But yeah, he gives this whole answer. It's very rote. I don't know if Vivian accepts it, Because Vivian has for sure heard him give this spiel before.
I think they give a genuine smile. It's like, oh, that's all well and good, General. It's excellent for coaching Mr. Brown. But it didn't have to be mixed favors, did it? You picked them for a reason.
He looks vaguely uncomfortable, but like schools his expression, and he says, Mixed Favors has done some of the most impressive research that I have seen this generation. If anyone is going to be able to do something as out of left field as this is, it's them.
I think it's this point that Parker kind of pipes up and is like, weren't they the one that caused the Manila incident? I thought I read about that on the news.
Yeah, no, that was them.
Wow. Okay.
It's a little more complicated than that. They'd be the first to give you a really long-winded explanation about what happened, but I think they know.
Yeah, I think
They're
Go.
They're making amends in their own way.
I think Telenor kind of nods at that, and says, I try not to make a habit out of judging people for past actions when they are attempting to move past them.
Rebel chimes in here. It's always a good idea to judge people by their current actions. So, if you choose to dislike Mixed Favors for the person they choose to be just in general, that makes a lot of sense. And then Rebel looks at the margarita and very deliberately pushes it away. I think I've had enough.
No, Professor Favors is brilliant. I just have the personality of fucking spoiled milk. What? Like, useful in its way, but you don't want to have it just as is. Like, I mean, that's how you get cheese, right? Like, yogurt. Good stuff can come from spoiled milk. I'm just not looking to put it in my coffee. I'm sorry, I appear to have killed Duck.
Oh, it's not difficult.
Don't take this away from me, Duck. I was feeling really accomplished.
I didn't mean to take it away from you.
You're good. You're good.
I promise. I love you.
We should find how we want this scene to end, though, Shrug, because we should get to the end of this challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I think we should extrapolate some of this.
Sure.
But in the end, I think Vivian does steer this in the direction of, Marius is brilliant, but they're not the person to be talking, bringing the vibes that these mushrooms need. But something is happening with Fee, and I think they're trying to press Fee a little bit. on what they've managed to accomplish. They don't need to know the details, but Vivian wants to understand what Fee thinks they've gotten themselves into.
I think how Fee puts it, and is going to use Erwin as an example, is just going to point out, like, we all know that the mushrooms are sentient. And for all that Marius is trying to sort of bully the formula into behaving, it needs to be a two-way thing. It can't just be... the conduit can't just flow one way. They're not really giving up what it is they're doing, but there is clearly, like, the way they talk about the mycelia and everything, just like there is this empathy about it.
And throughout this conversation, Rebel is like an unexpectedly staunch Marius defender. Very much like in the camp of like Marius is one of the right people to be involved with this. Maybe not the only one, but definitely one of them. So,
And I think Fee would agree as well. Like, Marius designed the machine. It's Marius has built the framework that this is all resting on.
Yeah,
Like...
even Vivian isn't trying to, denounce Marius's, honor or their, or just them as a person.
Rebel was happy to denounce Marius as a person, but...
yeah, Fee as well. Like, I want to put out, Fee works for Marius in this project, and like anyone that's had to deal with like a supervisor or a manager who wants things done a very specific way at all times, Marius could be the nicest person in the world, and the fact of the matter is that Fee is still their employee, so would have shit to say. You know?
Yeah, but Vivian's not talking in the way that they, like, dislike Marius or don't want to be working with them. I want that clear. But yeah, I think that kind of steers Vivian in the right direction of, okay, Fee might know what they're getting themselves into. And maybe sometime in the next challenge, Vivian will have to have a talk with Marius.
But
I think that's a good place to call scene. We got a very excellent look at these characters.
So now we need to resolve this challenge.
Yep. After every player has made one scene for the challenge, we see if the fellowship succeeded or failed. We'll draw stones. In this case, we'll play around with emojis and fake dice. And we'll determine the outcome and narrate the results. Sometimes the outcome will surprise us, but even when it's not what we wanted or expected, it's our job to explain it. Interpreting those unexpected results can push the story in exciting new directions we wouldn't have thought of on our own. So, first, we start with no stones in our pool, no emoji in our pool. We add one white and one red. I've got our stuff here, Anonymous Goose. Then each player has 2 redstones. If your main character is unhappy about the path the Fellowship has taken, hold 1 redstone. If your main character actually wants the quest to fail, hold 2 redstones. Otherwise, hold no stones. Decide secretly, then reveal simultaneously. Add them to the pool. If you put in any stones, briefly explain why. So what we're going to do is we're going to type out emoji, red circles for redstones. And if you're not putting in any stones, just put 0. And once we've all decided, we'll reveal simultaneously. And I'm just putting a spacer there. Has everybody decided?
Yep.
Yep.
Trog?
Yes.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, reveal. Alright!
Hell yeah.
Hell
No
yeah, no
stones.
red stones. No red stones, awesome. Each player takes 1 white and 1 red. As a player, do you think the Fellowship did what was necessary to succeed at the challenge? Hold white if yes, red if no. So, now we're going to use white or red. As we decide.
Oh, there.
Have we all decided?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? 3, 2, 1, reveal. Alright!
Mm-hmm.
A dissenter!
we have 4 white stones and 1 red stone. So, Dirk, please explain why you put a red stone in.
Because it very much feels like Marius is going to push back against like properly communicating with the mushrooms. And I guess that's the main reason, is that it just feels like Marius is going to be an obstacle to this. Possibly on purpose, maybe by accident, I don't know.
That makes sense. Alright, so the next thing we do is we quote-unquote draw stones. What we're going to do is we're going to roll a d7. 1 and 2 is a red stone. Everything else is a white stone. So I'm going to go into... So in the FTL server we have a dice bot, so I'm just going to roll in there.
We need to get a dice spot back in the Static Stone server.
We do. Alright. We rolled a 3. So it's a white stone.
We have to draw again.
Yes, we have to draw again. We don't, quote, put the stone we drew back, so it's going to be a d6. 1 and 2 are red. And the result was 4, so it's a white stone.
Hey!
And we now interpret... we interpret the outcome, and since it's white, we win the challenge.
Woo!
As a group, we describe the outcome of our challenge to match the results of our draw. If none of this,
We didn't lose anyone.
yeah. Nor was there any sort of betrayal or anything. So none of that is applicable. So, I don't know. I think it's pretty simple. I think I'm not going to say that Marius is happy about the shuffling around of who's doing what, but I think that they don't push back against it the way that might be expected, because the unfortunate thing, quote unquote unfortunate thing, is we see results, and so Marius is like, well, shit, I guess we better pivot to doing it this way. If anybody has any other thoughts or would like to disagree, please feel free.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
I do too.
Is this
I
growth
think-
from Marius?
I don't know that it's necessarily growth, because it's one of those things where they're here to get results. If this gets results, then they'll go with it.
Yeah, and I think it is this. We've overcome this barrier. It's sort of like we're able to now get the juice flowing, as it were. And I love the visual, like a day or two into this sort of change in approach, like the mushroom habitat is flourishing. There's like new growth, new colors, and it's sort of like that recognition. It's sort of like reflective of how both sides of this are flourishing.
Nice.
All right.
Time for a quick 5-minute break. Will that be enough time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back at half
Yeah, I think
past?
so.
Yeah, back at past.
Alrighty. Dear listeners, we'll be back in 5.
we're back.
So, challenge the second. Has anyone got one? Their eye on one? What should we do next? What is the next challenge to befall this fellowship? Dirk picked the last one, so rules was written. Faye aren't allowed to pick this one.
Sorry, I just took a bite of food. Go ahead, August.
I was looking at either get around red tape / regulations or deal with persecution investigations or witch hunts.
Ooh,
I'm good with
both
either
fun.
of those. Get around red tape was the one I was thinking of, but I'm down with either of those.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm down with get around red tape. So we'll say that I have chosen the challenge, and I will choose whomst among us is best equipped to start first. Let's see. I think it could be fun for Talonor. Oh wait, we've got to describe why it's difficult.
Why it's difficult.
I still think Talonor should go first, but
Yeah. Well, given that Marius is the lead on it, and given that there is this big failure attached to their name, I can see that like the bureaucracy, like we are really not comfortable doing this with this project lead unless X, Y, Z steps are taken. And the fact that it is such unknown territory that we're going into just sort of underscores that. Like, there's a lot of like insurance and all sorts, like, and maybe we have to do proving, like a nod to the other challenge that you were looking at. Just sort of like there are special interest groups that we have to get their approval on as well. So.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
You got something, Chuck?
Just wondering, has it gotten out to the people in charge that these mushrooms are sentient? And that is what triggered the... Actually, we have... Marius has lost their license, whatever, to do testing on sentient creatures, or something like that. Like, just to add what specifically is in our way.
I mean, maybe it is something to do with the level of sentience is higher than expected. And so, because we do have, like, a by-the-book scientist and, like, people that care, like, we have to be careful what we do here. Because this could threaten an entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
Because we're scientists. We're not, like, mwahaha evil. Like, I will solve the problem at any cost. We care. Maybe we weren't expecting there to be this much fucking red tape as a result of our transparency. Like, Dave, we have a fucking project meeting with Dave, and it comes up and he's like, "How sapient?" Oh, fuck off! This is so much paperwork.
Yeah.
Sorry, sentient. As far as I think most of you know, the mushrooms are not sapient. They are sentient. Me, on the other hand...
I like the idea that it's definitely Erwin who lets this slip because he's talking about how much he loves these fucking mushrooms and how much they can think and how cool they are.
Yeah, just we've had our meeting, and it just like, yeah, how is everybody settling in? When Imresh, you're new here. How's the first week been? And like, yeah, great. These mushrooms, they're what? Oh no.
Did no one tell him not to tell me these things?
Why wouldn't I tell you?
He's
Big
back in the
brothers-
background, like, we tried.
Yeah, plausible deniability.
Hmm.
I don't get it.
Oh, you sweet summer child. She is younger than Owen.
Uh-huh.
And yet.
Okay. So I think I know what I want to do. I think this is a scene between Talinor and Marius.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Talinor has pulled Marius aside specifically to talk to them in private.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You know,
And
nothing can go wrong with this.
definitely not. If someone wants to discover us later, that's fine. But I think at the start, no one is here. No one else is here. So I think Talinor came to the lab, which is something that they don't do much, if at all, because they recognize that, like, this is not their space. But they come to the lab. They do the whole, like, mix favors. Can I please speak with you outside?
I want to inject one small detail.
Mm-hmm.
When Talinor comes to the lab, they find Marius, like, staring at one of the mushrooms, and they just say flatly, "You are a pretty mushroom."
Oh, God bless them.
Just
Holy shit. Oh my god, yes.
I love that so much.
that's what's happening when Talinor comes to get Marius, and Marius looks frankly relieved to be dragged away.
And Talinor pulls you into, like, an unused meeting room kind of space, and shuts the door. And he, like, goes to stand, like, there's a window in this room. He goes to stand by the window, with his hands behind his back. He's not looking at Marius, not because, like, he's angry at Marius, but just because of the things that he's going to say. And he says, Dr. Favors. Fuck, what's his name? Mr. Brown has informed me of the board's decision to pause our project for the foreseeable future while they investigate the capabilities of these mushrooms. Now, does Marius say anything yet?
I think Marius, crosses their arms and says, "That's exactly what we're doing here. Pausing our work is completely counter to that end."
He nods. Yes, I agree with you. I think that this has the potential to shut down this project for good. because I don't think the board is appreciative of your leadership in this matter.
What's wrong with my leadership?
People don't like you, Marius.
I don't care if people like me. I can do the job.
I know this. I also, well, I care a little bit if people like you. Because if people don't like you at all, then they are unwilling to work with you. But the board cares a lot about whether people like you. And they care a lot about other projects that you have led. Now,
I've explained to them what happened.
and he turns around to look at you. And his jaw is like set. Dr. Favors, I have no intention of trying to get you pulled off of this project. It is your project. And I do believe that yours is one of the only minds that can possibly see this project to success. So we are at a bit of an impasse with regards to the board. Now, the board's son served under me years ago and got into a not insignificant amount of trouble. Trouble which I helped to disappear, if you understand my meaning.
I understand.
I know, and you know, that these mushrooms are being taken care of. We have two of possibly the most concerned people I could think of taking care of them and looking out for their interests. I have spoken with both Dr. Rucker and Mix O'Reilly on this matter, and have complete faith in their motivations. What's stopping us is the board's prejudices against you. And that is a problem I think I can solve. I'm telling you this because I want to make sure that you understand that the Mix O'Reilly and Dr. Rucker will have primary deciding power over the well-being of these mushrooms.
I think Marius takes a deep breath at that point, and Talonor can tell that they're doing some mental calculus for what they're about to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go, I think that may be prudent, as clearly I am unlikable to human and fungus alike. But my focus is on the synthesis, not on the fungus itself. If we must divide labor that way, I see no cause to object.
Talinor nods, and they say, "That is exactly where I want your attention. I'm glad we are on a level with this." And he offers his hand for you to shake.
Just like with Erwin, Marius stares at the hand for a second before reaching out to do a perfunctory handshake.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's basically scene.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Dirk.
Oh, it is my turn. I thought it was Jade's. Whoops. Okay. I kind of really want to have a scene with I think I would like to have a scene with I have to pick another main character, don't I?
It can be a minor character.
Okay. Because I think the scene I want is for Rebel to be talking to Morden and Dave.
Alrighty.
Because we've all been sort of made aware that things are happening with the project possibly being halted, right?
I would say so, yeah.
I mean, that's the challenge, so we should all be aware of it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I want to talk to Morden and Dave.
All right.
And I think beans, both of those are yours, Shrog. Because I was gonna say I think it would be fun if Vivian dropped in as well.
Dave could leave.
They can both be there. They can be quiet.
But because I don't know what Vivian's whole deal is, but I feel like Vivian being there would be super helpful. But Vivian is not who Rebel would seek out. So
that's entirely fair.
Yeah. So, do Morden or Dave have offices or workspaces of any sort?
Well, Morton probably has a small office somewhere in the administrative wing of the university.
Dave has managed to be given a cubicle somewhere.
Okay. So, I think Rebel definitely sends them both an invite, hey, can we do this at Morden's office? I need to talk to you guys.
Morden will give the okay. By the time you guys show up, Morden is like perched on the windowsill, smoking a cigarette, and there's a small like bubble charm over the smoke detector in the ceiling. And is like utterly unfazed as you come in to see him smoking. And this is just a normal cigarette. You're not supposed to smoke indoors.
Yeah.
Dave enters, looks at the cigarette, sighs, shuts the door.
Did you want one?
I only smoke if they give me a break for it. This is a meeting.
Morden gives a nod of respect, like, yep, get it.
Dave has his priorities in order.
The packet is offered towards Rebel.
Rebel just shakes their head. And is fiddling with some strings they have pulled out of their pocket while they talk. And it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so we all know that they're trying to shut this down because Marius. And like, on the one hand, I get it. But on the other hand, well, fuck them. Anyway. So,
Yeah, they aren't saying it's because of Marius. They've got that whole laundry list that they've offered up, but we all know what it really is.
yeah. So, I feel like, well, we all know something needs to be done. I just don't know where to start. So, vague gesture at Morden, and another vague gesture at Dave.
Look, if you're asking me to run a Marius Thank the Gods for Small Favors fluff piece or like reinvention campaign, I'm going to need significantly more time and money and alcohol. Look, I am not in the business of public rehabilitation. I am incredibly good at my job, but I am just one man.
Mm-hmm.
An incredibly accomplished man in many ways, but still just one. Finishes the cigarette, lights up a second, because if this is all about Marius, he's going to need the nicotine.
And Rebel is like, you're right. But Marius isn't the only one working on this. There's other people. And they bring things to the whole project. Is there any way we can make them sound bigger?
I mean, how willing are you to lie?
I think Rebel pauses and then looks at Dave.
Professor Favors has an incredibly large footprint. They don't want them. The board does not want Marius to have a smaller presence. They want their name to be off of the list.
Look,
It's not gonna
I
work.
can do a press conference, I can do releases, I can go to the board and say, we're removing Marius from the project. I'm not saying we do that, I'm saying we tell the board we're doing that. But I am not the person to go and tell Marius that they have to pretend to leave the project.
I'm sure as hell not firing them.
I'm not saying we fire him. I just know what they're like. The fact that they have taken this whole situation as gracefully as they have, and yes, this is them taking things gracefully, is frankly a miracle. I don't think they should leave the project. I'm saying the easiest solution may be to convince the board that they have left the project.
Have you met Erwin?
Yeah. Mon gets a slightly dreamy look in his eyes, just like, yeah, fantastic. Hate to see him leave a room, love to watch him walk away.
Jesus Christ.
No, for legal purposes, I have to pretend I didn't hear that.
I'm not working on the project. This is not a conflict of interest. It's fine. I'm not doing anything about it.
I think Rebel is just like, would he even notice if you tried?
So, I was going to say, well, Erwin wouldn't know, but also just shout out to Izzy in the chat. I love the notion that's just somebody else in the department just walking past the door, and at the mention of Erwin, it's just like, we all think he's hot.
The door is closed.
People just know.
Yeah.
A plus. Excellent.
There's a lot to consider here, you know. There's payroll, there's update reports. There's a lot of things that would need to be concealed here.
Yeah. I didn't say it'd be an easy thing to do. I'm saying it would probably be a way around dealing with the red tape board situation. Either that, or Morden tails off and looks out the window. Looks back into the room. How rich is Talonor? Look,
You know,
I'm
that's a
just
real good
saying.
question.
Look.
I
Bribe is such a dirty word.
and yet you
But-
said it.
I'm a dirty man. What do you want from me?
Eat some soap.
I'm
sir.
shoveling the shit here every day. You get a little filthy. What do you want? Look, I'm just saying, if the act of doing a disappearing act with Marius is too complicated, then we have to tackle the board directly, which either means bribery or more drastic means that I think will cause more problems than it will solve.
I've got a third option.
All right?
Oh God.
We put enough guardrails in place. Board won't care if Marius is leaving the project or not. It'll mean things slow to a crawl. We'll have to do a lot of legwork. But we can get it so the board puts the project on a pause before we pull certain triggers, not canceling it entirely.
It's like roadblocks, like up to a point, check in, up to a point, check in. I can spin that. The university is taking every care to avoid a repeat of previous incidents. Yeah, utmost diligence. People love that shit. I can work with that. So you got 3 options there, Rebel. Marius leaves, the board changes their mind, or we just have to slow things down. Is that maybe seen?
Yeah, I think so, because I don't have any thoughts for how to continue or what Rebel would say to that.
Yeah. All right. Oh, it's me. All right. I'm just look at what we've written as the wording of the challenge a moment.
Challenge, Marius.
Now, I think this is Owen should probably be here for this.
Mhm.
I think this is us bringing in a special interest group, or a representative of them to see about the special measures that the rails that Dave was talking about, to get the rubber stamp from them.
What if Parker is part of that particular group?
Oh, that's fun. August would have to unmute.
You're right. I would have to unmute. No. Sorry, I've been off and on eating potato chips. So
You're allowed.
yeah. No, I like that idea.
Almost, but not really a plant.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Owen in the lab. Marius is elsewhere, doing maybe more research. Is not present right now, or maybe it's because we've actually had to move the machine itself into a larger space, and this is now sort of like the mushrooms are in here, and this is sort of like the workroom, the stuff that isn't directly on the machine itself. Just so that's okay. You ready?
Yeah, always ready.
Okay. Just, you know what? Be yourself. They'll love it, or they'll be so blinded by the charm that maybe they won't ask any difficult questions.
Erwin seems baffled by this comment.
Fee is into women when they're into anybody, so Erwin registers as, sure, that's a great looking dude, I guess. But is immune to the thinking, is not part of the man, that guy is hot. Is like, who turned a Labrador into a man and introduced him to the field of biology?
At least there's nothing that can bite him.
Yet.
We know of.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can be myself. That's not a problem. Just yeah, just be myself.
Absolutely. Look, just if there's anything you aren't sure how to answer, pivot the question this way, and we'll handle it. If it's
Okay.
something you think they need to know, pivot the question to Erwin. If it's something we don't want to be as clear about, you pivot it to me.
Okay. Got it.
You've got this.
So
Parker's visibly psyching himself up.
I love them. They're such a good.
they are. So Erwin brings these pita, but for mushrooms, I guess. No, because Parker wouldn't be part of PETA. Parker's better than
No,
that.
these are good guys. These are like,
Yeah.
I don't know,
The
they're just
WWF.
good. Like Greenpeace.
ASPCA?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ASPCF.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's to do with like magical creatures. We're representative of the Union of Fairy Tale Creatures, but mundane and divine. Parker's got Dragon lineage, right? That makes sense that he'd be working with these guys.
Yeah.
Let's just pull all the threads in here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Izzy. You are with me on my quote journey. Thank you. I appreciate you. Those evil unbenign. There we go. Good job, Brian. Anyway. Does somebody want to roleplay a pushy but well-meaning mushroom advocate? Coming in to ask questions, or do we want to just sort of extrapolate what happens there so this scene doesn't go on for an age? Because we all like to riff.
Mm-hmm. It might be the smart idea.
So yeah, sometimes stopping is the problem.
Yeah.
So I suppose what we're trying to do is make it clear to these folks that one, we can point to the fact that hey, they aren't being used directly in the machinery. They are there. They're inspiring us. We're pulling inspiration from them. We aren't drawing energy from them. The experiment itself, or the project itself, is not directly affecting the colony. Really, it's like trying to get that rubber stamp on.
Yeah.
Lots of bigging up Marius, who has really taken an interest in this aspect of the work. Fee definitely bullshits some about how part of why part of why Dr. Rocker was brought in was because of his expertise in the field, and this was a Professor Favor's suggestion, wanting to make sure that we did as much right by the colony as possible. Yada yada yada.
Yada yada.
Fee is very good at seemingly anticipating the lines of questioning it'll go down and like how to direct the questions. Would make a very good CJ Krieg, very good at like directing a press room. Even though that's not quite what this is.
Yeah. Erwin is achingly genuine in his just interest in the well-being of the colony. And I think the problem is, like, when you meet someone who's just so genuine, it really can put you on your back foot.
Shout out to my fellow Ted Lasso fans in the audience. It's like, how do you... But people who are... It is disarming.
Yeah.
Because I think we're so used to people who act a certain way, because that's just how society teaches. And then to have somebody who's fully like, yeah, no, this is what I believe. I'd love to talk to you about it. It does throw people off. Flip side, just be an English person dealing with Americans for the first time in person. Things are different.
Yep. But that's what he brings to the table. Yeah.
I think what Parker brings to the table is they're a good character witness. You know, they're related to Rebel, and Parker's played poker with the team. And these people, they're compassionate, they're intelligent, they know, they're competent, and he's very earnest about it. So he provides, that's what he brings to the table.
Nice.
Like it.
I think it goes well. So we can leave the scene of some very happy sounding people leaving, doing the thumbs up to Rebel and Morden and Dave. It's like, thing went good.
Yeah, because, honestly, even if, Marius was present for all of this, everything is being done right.
Yeah.
And Marius is, one of those people who you're just that person is just like that, but, also doing everything they're supposed to.
Alrighty. Vivian.
I want a scene with Marius.
Oh boy.
Trying to decide if I should bring someone else in on this. Because I think the vibe is Vivian is going to take Marius aside, into the lab, and I want to know about the mushrooms. I'm trying to decide if they want to bring Fia Irwin in as one who knows how to talk to them, or if this is holding Marius' feet to the fire specifically. Does anyone have an instinct? Because I know Fia and Irwin were just here.
I think that second one sounds more interesting to me.
Okay. Good. Yeah. So they're going to request to meet Professor Favors in the lab.
And Marius has no reason to not, so they agree. And I think Marius is there first, just because they're working.
Yeah. Do they prefer to be called Professor Favors? Or would they request to be referred to as Marius?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
That's what I mean,
Really, Aaron?
One likes to clarify.
There's one person here who would probably call them Marius, and they hate it.
Professor, thank you for meeting me here. Look, I think you might have figured out why I wanted to talk.
I have my suspicions.
Look, I have some influence here as the security officer. I can vouch for this project. But I don't know yet if I should. I need you to convince me that I should stand aside for you. You understand?
God, the first thing that pops into my head is so shitty.
Good.
And I'm not sure. I'm not
Yes!
100% sure. Okay. Marius says, well, for one thing, I'm not sure that your services would be retained if the project were to fail, but we stand on the precipice of a wondrous advancement in human understanding and the ability for people to do things that we never thought possible before.
I understand that. Why do you think I'm trying to get involved here? I like what this project could do. But I don't know if you understand what this project could cause. So, I would like to ask something. Can you help me talk to these mushrooms?
Marius just kind of like raises an eyebrow and says, "You seem perfectly capable of speech. It's not that difficult to be next to them while you talk. They're perfectly capable of understanding you, it seems."
Mm-hmm. And what is the expected response, would you say? You think they understand?
Allow me to demonstrate. And I think there is one cluster of mushrooms that Marius talks to on the regular, and they say, "I appreciate your cooperation in this. You have been adequate." And Marius is clearly like trying to rack their brain. But I do
fucking
think
love them. Holy shit.
They're trying so hard.
I do think that the mushrooms, like, they don't get vibrant or anything, but like their color changes a little bit. The other mushrooms remain unmoved. Like, it's just this particular cluster that, you know, the color ripples a little bit. And Marius steps aside and says, "You try."
And I think Vivian is going to be a little bolder here because they saw Fee interacting with them. And they're going to try to get closer to what Fee did. I have no idea if this can or would work.
So I have a suggestion that may be a little out there, but we know that animals have noshed on the mushrooms and disappeared and shown up elsewhere. What if it's like a trough or a line of these mushrooms, and Vivian goes to do to not commune, but that's the only word my brain is coming up with at the moment. But Vivian goes to try to interact with the mushrooms, and the reaction is such that they get transported from one end of the mushroom enclosure to the other. Like something drastic.
I've got a riff on that, because I really like that.
So do I. Yeah, I also have a riff.
Okay, I'll pitch mine, and then you, if you like it, take it. If not, you're trying to commune with the mushrooms. And in your head, the way you described it, you are trying to do what you saw Fee doing. So Fee is in your thoughts as you do this. And when you go to touch to talk to them, Fee is brought into the room.
Okay, here's something fun. Because I think what Vivian is going to say to the mushrooms is, what do you want? And I think it is good if he is transported.
I think Fee was having lunch and just arrived still holding like a fork with like a piece of like with a scoop of like baked potato on it, and is just like, oh, looks to the mushrooms. Eyes narrow a little bit. Looks to Vivian and Marius. Did you need something? Eats the square of potato.
Feel like
Then what?
I feel like Marius would start asking a bunch of fucking questions about like where Fee was, what Fee was doing, what did Vivian do, that kind of thing. But I don't think we need to like role play those out. But Marius immediately goes into research mode.
I think Fee was nearby, like maybe a floor or two below. No, this hasn't happened before. Not to them. When they say they don't know how, it's not a lie and it's not the full truth.
Do we want to end the scene on that note?
Or did you want to
Probably.
ask something?
There was a thing that I wanted to make a comparison to, but I'm not sure it's applicable at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Vivian just is going to tell Marius, look, you have your reasons to treat this as a stimulus and a response. It's more than that. If you try to treat it as input and output, something is going to happen that you don't expect. Because these things can make choices. I trust Fee on this project. And if they think you can be trusted, then I can pull whatever strings I can. But I'm worried, Marius. And they will call you Marius in this instance.
Oh!
Gasp!
You're a brilliant scientist. Just try to learn something from the people around you. And I think we should end scene, unless you want to say something real shitty to
Nah.
Vivian.
No. I think that's a good place to end the scene.
And now, August, you got to bring us home for this challenge.
Yeah. Shoot. I think we haven't seen Ishak really. So I think maybe this is Ishak and Erwin and Marius.
Team Science.
Team Science. But they're never going to tell Vivian this, but some of what Vivian said sank in, and it's like, okay, maybe I need to change my my approach here. These are the other partners that I have to work with, and you know, what can I take from them, kind of deal. And I don't think that this is a really big scene. I think this is a lot of like Marius kind of hovering while Ishak and Erwin work. How do they respond to that?
Erwin is always glad to like point out what he's doing and why to Marius. And he makes an effort to do it in a way that it's not he's not instructing Marius. He is explaining his methodology to his project lead, if that makes sense. But in such a way that he's instructing Marius.
Yeah. I think it's
like
one
a
of
true
those.
scientist that has had to work on group projects, Danielle.
Yeah.
I think that Marius, like, it's in my head. It's a matter of pride. Like, their overall pride at being part of the project overrides their pride at being instructed. So they're able to swallow the smaller thing because they're focusing on the bigger thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they know they're being instructed here, but they'll deal with it, kind of thing.
But yeah, he's happy, more than happy, to just like go through the entire thing, and talk about how like he and Fee take care of the mushrooms and all the things that he's learned from them, and what he's noticed about the mushrooms' responses to different kinds of stimuli. And also this really cool lizard he found in here the other day that that definitely wasn't here the night before. So he thinks maybe the mushrooms teleported it in, and he's not sure why. He's concerned that they have an insect problem, and brought the lizard in to help deal with that.
And Marius says, or maybe it just wanted a pet.
Maybe it's a really cool lizard. The lizard is in his shirt pocket.
Ishak doesn't say it, but the mushrooms already have a plant. It's Erwin, obviously. I meant to say a pet, but no.
Owen is providing mushroom enrichment.
True. I think Ishak actually tends to spend more time on the mechanical side of things than on the fungus side of things. When he does interact with the mushrooms, he talks to them like he's discussing things with a colleague he likes. He's friendly and asks the mushrooms their opinion and lets them know, okay, so we tried this, we're doing this. When Marius starts hovering, he keeps like asking if Marius needs anything, or am I doing something? Did you need me to do something else? But besides that, he talks to the mushrooms actually about the same way he talks to Erwin. He's polite, he's friendly, explains what he's doing as necessary, asks for input as necessary. Obviously, he talks to the mushrooms more because they're more integral than Erwin is. No offense, Erwin. But, yeah, so I don't know that he's not effusive like Erwin is, so I don't think the mushrooms have like the effusive response to him that they have to Erwin. But it's clear that he's basically treating the mushrooms like a mute coworker.
All right. I think that's basically seen.
Cool.
Right.
So,
Time to resolve.
time to resolve. We start with one white and one red. If your main character is unhappy about the path the Fellowship has taken, hold one redstone. If your main character actually wants the quest to fail, hold 2 redstones. Otherwise, hold no stones. I'm putting a line break there. Yeah, so let's consider. Several people are typing. Are we all decided?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Reveal.
Ooh.
Oh.
August.
Yeah.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah. So Marius isn't really happy about having to placate, having to change their methodology. They didn't really care for Vivian's interference. I said this in the chat, but I think it bears saying out loud. Marius kind of treats everything as stimulus and response, even other people. So they don't see why the mushrooms are special, like why they need special treatment, because this is how they interact with the world at large. So they're not happy.
Fair.
Now, as a player, do you think the Fellowship did what was necessary to succeed at the challenge? Hold white if yes, red if no.
Everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Show 'em.
Ooh, Jade!
Oh.
I like the things that were done, but I feel like nothing was big enough. Like,
Fair.
at the end of the day, the wording of the challenge, specifically what we were trying to get round, I'm not sure.
Okay. That is completely fair.
All right.
And that leaves us with 3 red. Yep, 3 red and 5 white.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be rolling a d8. 1, 2, 3 is red. Everything else is white.
Let's hop into the Dice Stuff channel and watch.
4. Oof, so close. That was almost bad. So our first one is white.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'll be rolling a d7. 1, 2, 3 is red. Oof. 2.
Yikes.
So that means we are white red.
Oh, that's the bad order.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Lose 1 character and lose the challenge. Oh boy.
And we can lose a secondary character, right? It doesn't have to be a primary, or does it have to be a primary?
It's my understanding it can be a secondary. Let me double check. When you lose characters because of the draw, they are out of the game. They may quit, die, or be kicked out of the Fellowship. It could be bad luck or a noble sacrifice, but however you want to describe it, they are gone.
Looking at the
Let's
page
see.
about the outcome, it says, it can be a main or a minor character, but the player losing the character has final say over what happened to them.
All right.
Is it Morden doing something shady?
Possibly. I wouldn't put it past him, frankly. He'll just go get another job. Maybe.
I mean, here's the thing. So would Dave.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Dave would just go. If he saw things were going south quick, he might jump ship.
Mm.
That's a good one.
All right.
Okay, how about we combine the two?
Okay.
Morden throws Dave under the bus for mismanagement.
Ooh.
But he wouldn't name names, but he would say a failure in project management has happened. He will send Dave like a gift basket. Like, this is not personal, my guy. I know you were just in this for the wage packet. We'll get you a really good reference, my guy. I'm sorry your name will not be on this. No hard feelings. Can I take
Incredible.
you out to dinner?
Dave's secretly
He gets-
very glad his name is not on this.
Right. He gets that ultimatum from corporate, like, look, you can step away quietly, or you can make a whole thing out of it, and Dave's like, nope, we're done.
Yep, I'm good. Bye.
Gets a text from Morden, just like, so now we're no longer work colleagues, we don't have a conflict of interest. Can I buy you dinner?
Incredible.
Wow.
Morden is not immune to the allure of the wet cat in a van.
I think Dave just responds, I can wait until you're done with Erwin.
This is a slight callback to the game where Dave debuted between Dragon and I, which is that somehow, despite being the most average man, people keep flirting with Dave, and like he keeps getting into like threesomes and stuff, seemingly without trying. It's hilarious. We love that for him.
Well,
Look, Morden is enjoying the visual of Erwin. Not gonna do anything. He's enjoying himself.
All right.
Challenge the
So-
third. Danielle, you were the one that pitched this in our break time, so do you
Yeah.
wanna...
I think that this challenge is going to be test it in the field. I think it's got to be test it in the field instead of test it in the lab because we failed the last challenge.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't really have access to that lab space anymore for reasons we're not going to get into.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
But so
Is that why it's difficult?
yeah, I think
Yeah,
it is.
maybe this is unauthorized testing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They put the brakes on the project, and we're like, no, we're at the break, we need to test it now.
Ask for forgiveness instead of beg for forgiveness
Yeah.
instead of asking for permission. They'll understand when we succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's difficult. And I just picked the first player. Okay. I think I think that I want to see Fee starting this, because I want to see how they're reacting to this.
All right. So we know that we're going to have to do testing in the field.
Mm-hmm.
That's established. This is Fee going to Vivian's office and like rapping on the door frame.
Mm-hmm. Come in.
Can I pick your brain about something?
Of course.
Closes the door. Looks like they're listening for something. And then closes the distance. We're gonna need to smuggle the colony out of the university if this is gonna work.
Of course you are. Right.
It's not gonna work if they're not there. You know what you said to Marius, right? How they can make a choice.
Oh, I know.
Right. So you're the security officer. How do we smuggle out a mushroom colony?
Well, it's my understanding that before this particular experiment was cordoned off, you left some of your personal effects in the lab, and we'll need to go retrieve them, as will several other members of staff. It just so happens that a lot of that equipment will be what is needed for the colony to exist elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that.
Let me ask you a question to which I already knew the answer. Would you still do this if I told you no?
You said you knew the answer, right?
Yeah, come on, let's get you your stuff.
I love them so much. We can end the scene there. This is quick.
Excellent.
Cool. Great. Good, Vivian. It's your scene.
I want Talinor and Ishak. Because of everyone in this group. These are the two that I need to get into the room and ask, okay, are we doing this? Are you doing this? They're doing this. And I'm doing this because I'd rather have them do this with me than without me. Yeah, I think... I mean, it makes sense for Ishak to meet up with Vivian in the gym, but not Talinor. Where do you think I can find the general?
I think he is overseeing people packing up the lab. Like he's on the other side of the glass watching as people who are not our people begin to pack up the lab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Vivian brought up to Ishak at just the gym or something like, we need to discuss this.
Mm-hmm.
And so they come up with him. They're escorting him. They still have their clearances and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're gonna kind of rap on the glass for permission to like badge in and talk. Or are you're on the outside?
I'm on the
Is that what you meant
outside,
by
yeah.
other side of the glass? Great. We'll talk out here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, anyone is going to be a skeptic about this, it's the two of you. Is this still worth doing?
Talinor doesn't react to you saying that. And when you ask whether it's still worth doing, he folds his arms and says, yes.
Ishak is visibly distracted watching the other people pack up the lab. And he makes an annoyed sort of noise and says, I joined this project because I thought it was worth pursuing, but we don't have a choice. Do we?
Yeah. Yeah, you do. If it were still up to you, would you go through with it? Knowing why they shut it down. Knowing the risks.
He looks thoughtful for a long moment. Then sorry, my brain, I just had a brain fart.
No, that's fine. It's all good.
But he looks thoughtful for a moment, and then he kind of laughs and says, almost to himself, make a choice, stand by it. And he says, yes, I would.
Great. I'm gonna need you to take off your shoes real quick.
Now he looks at Vivian.
Jesus.
Yeah, just don't make a big thing out of it. Just give them to the general, please.
He looks down at his shoes. The size and takes them off.
All right. Vivian's gonna badge in and just say to the people working, "Hi, sorry to disturb you. We're looking for some personal effects. We just got back from the gym, and Dr. Corey needs to retrieve his shoes. Will only be a moment, and we're gonna essentially pickpocket this lab."
Talinor carefully hides the shoes behind his back.
He's so broad. No one will ever spot them.
I think that scene.
Beautiful. I love it.
Love it.
Incredible.
Alright, August.
Oh boy. I think this has got to be with with Fee.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is us actually out in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, possibly a literal field. Trying to identify a place where we can set up our makeshift equipment and whatever equipment that is able to be purloined from the lab as it gets shut down.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's probably nighttime. Marius is potentially complaining. But they look at Fee and they're like, as much as I have difficulty admitting you are the expert on the fungus's behavior, where here would be the optimal location?
For the start point or the end point?
For the start point. I think from there we can extrapolate where the end point will be based on what's happened with your previous experiences with the fungus colony.
Alright. And starts doing longer strides. Looks like they're looking around, periodically, like dropping to the ground. And after a little bit of time, goes, yeah, here, I think.
What?
Puts a hand into their bag or into their pocket. Yeah, no, here.
What makes this such an optimal location?
They pull their hand out of their pocket, and like imagine like a big Parker kind of thing, deep pockets. And there is like just a handful of mulch with some of the mushrooms on it. And they look at Marius and said, "They told me." And sets the little handful down into the gets out a mister from their bag and just spritzes the ground a little and just sort of helps.
They told you. Of course they told you. Why would I think anything different? And I think
with that tone of voice, it's really hard. Okay, fair enough. I think, actually, if you don't mind, you say that, and Fee just looks at you, and there's sort of like a sort of flickering of light, like you'd see with a firefly.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the colony is there, having been brought by the small cluster that Fee put down.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
A+.
That's definitely seen.
Hell yeah. Alright, Talonor.
I think... I think this is a scene of Talonor is driving to the site with Vivian. And maybe Rebel. He drives a beat-up truck that has a bunch of shit in the trunk of it, in the bed, that is covered with a big tarp. And it is night. And he is he doesn't have the radio on. He's got the windows down because the AC doesn't work. He is wearing just like a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Absolutely the most laid back that you have seen him. And I don't think he
Genuinely
speaks.
thought you were going to just say the most absolutely ripped human being you have ever seen.
I mean, that is also true. Not
already
in the way
true.
of a bodybuilder, but absolutely in the way of someone who is built like a brick house and can and will lift unreasonable amounts of weight.
Just your whole ass.
Hackbat in the chat has a very important question, though. Who's riding shotgun?
Who is riding shotgun?
Izzy, why?
I feel it's got to be either Rebel or Vivian, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're the only two with Dalinar, aren't they?
No, I assumed Ishak was there too.
Sure. That makes sense.
I could be wrong.
Is any of that stuff in the back gonna cause problems if it falls out?
Probably.
Like, explodey problems.
Talinor
I stand by probably.
side
Rebels
eyes Vivian. It's not going to fall out. I strapped it myself.
As soon as Talinor says that, Rebel's like, I'll sit in the back with the stuff in case it falls out.
I mean, it was a question of me riding in the flatbed. I'll take the shotgun. It's fine.
Something definitely almost falls out on the trip.
Purely because Rebel is there.
Yeah, no,
I want to specify.
that is important. It would have been fine.
Yes.
This is
I
not a
blame
commentary on Talinor's ability to strap stuff into the back of a truck.
Nope. It's just because Rebel is there, and it's like, yeah, that's definitely gonna fall out now. Now I gotta make sure.
Talinor absolutely takes all of Rebel's like weird divination type shit in stride. Absolutely has no idea that Zay serves a god, much less a chaos god.
Yeah.
Is this the scene? Is just y'all going, driving, and having to deal with the logistics of being this group of people with this equipment?
I think so. When we get there, I do want to say that Talinor helps unload everything. It's just a bunch of scientific equipment. Don't ask him where he got a field mass spectrometer. Don't ask. He just has one. But, you know, he helps take it all out, follows Marius's and Fee's instructions and Ishak's instructions on, like, where to set it up. And as everyone is like taking a water break, he wanders over to the mushroom colony and squats really close to the ground, and appears to be having some kind of conversation with it, one-sided conversation with it. I do not think it talks back to him. Before he goes back and rejoins everybody else.
God,
Alright.
Vivian would want to eavesdrop on that.
Yeah, me too.
Good luck sneaking up on him.
Yeah, no. You don't fucking sneak up on somebody built like that.
Ooh, boy.
No, you just don't.
Alright.
Bring us home, Dirk.
Yeah. I think he kind of stole my scene a little bit. No, it still works. I don't know that it's necessarily that day.
Mm-hmm.
But my scene is definitely Rebel, just going to Vivian and saying, hey, could I get your help? I think I may have left some things in the lab.
You know, that's very funny. Everyone keeps losing stuff in that lab. I mean, everyone was very attached to it. I understand.
You know how it is. And, like, I don't, like, have a whole thing for this, except that, like, Rebel keeps up, like, general, like, conversation while they go down to the lab, and, like, very blatantly, like, gathers, some things up that they're definitely going to need.
I think Vivian point blank just asks Rebel at some point, like, and you're sure the mushrooms can't just teleport this stuff themselves? This would be so much easier.
It would be easier if they could. I am not actually sure. I just know what I can do, and and like, this is stuff that's gonna be necessary. So,
All right.
And,
Is there some topic that Rebel is wanting to bring up with Vivian, or is this literally just grab stuff, go?
no, I don't think there's any particular topic Rebel specifically wants to discuss with Vivian. But what I will say is that Rebel is going for more obvious things than Vivian would think they could get away with. And if they try to comment on it, Rebel will, like, pointedly redirect the conversation. So it's like, are you sure you should? How? Hey, what about this particular show? Have you seen it? And
I mean, Vivian definitely notices.
yeah.
I think the question is just whether they want to take some of this stuff because they don't trust that Rebel's not going to get heat on them.
Mm-hmm. I think if Vivian, like, tries to like check in on Rebel too many times, Rebel is finally going to ask, have you ever heard of the chaos god Gibber?
I have. I'm not, I don't disagree with the philosophy. Just, I find there are better styles of doing things.
That's fair.
Chaos is... It's a means. Or, sorry, it's a method, not a means. That's not right either. God damn it. It's the means, not an end. God damn it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Chaos is the means, not the end.
And Rebel nods. That is pretty much exactly correct. And Gibber, I like Gibber. I think he's very fun. And you don't always want to live in interesting times, but sometimes it's nice to shake things up. But the important thing is that got a sense of humor. And one thing you learn if you work with Gibber a lot is that if you mention something you want, you're almost definitely not gonna get it. And if you mention something you don't want to happen, it's almost definitely gonna happen because
Yeah, and you're sure you don't want me to take some of this stuff.
I think that's when something like falls over right as Rebel walks by, and Rebel looks very pointedly at the thing that fell over and looks at Vivian and says, are you sure you want to take some of these things?
Hey, you're the one with the relationship with chaos. It's about what you don't want, right? Not about what I want. And they will just wordlessly pick up the box.
And Rebel's just like, we don't need that one. You can put that, and like gestures to somewhere across the room. Like, please make it go away.
Is that sane?
I think so.
I think so.
All right.
The third challenge.
Uh,
The outcome of the third challenge decides the entire quest. If we fall now, the quest is lost. We start with no stones in the pool. Add 1 white, 1 red. I have too many tabs open. Each player takes 2 red. Oh, wait. Add 1
Third
white
challenge.
for each successful challenge, and 1 red for each failed challenge. So we have 1 each.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if your main character is unhappy about the path the Fellowship has taken, hold 1 redstone. If your main character wants the quest to fail, hold 2 redstones. Otherwise, hold no stones. And I'm putting in a divider. Are we all decided?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1, reveal. All right, so we don't add any red stones this time. Hallelujah. So, as a player, do you think the Fellowship succeeded at the challenge? Hold white if yes, red if no. This will decide the entire quest, not just this challenge. Let me know when y'all are decided.
Yep.
I'm decided.
All right. 3, 2, 1, reveal. Oh, wow, we've got
A lot of white stones.
all white stones. All right. So that means we have 2 red stones going into this, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white stones. So we'll be rolling a d9. 1 and 2 are red. The rest are white.
Okay.
And the first result is 6. So that means our first result is white. Now we'll roll a d8. 1 and 2 are red. And the result is 4, which is another white. So we succeeded.
Hey, we do our field test.
Yes. All right. The quest is now over. Proceed to the epilogue. After 3 challenges, the quest is over. We succeeded or failed, but our characters live on. Some of them, anyway. I think. Sorry, I skipped ahead in excitement. The first thing we need to do is narrate the outcome of the challenge, which I think I'm imagining we're like virtually all of us are standing in that field at this point. I'm imagining that there's like a fairy ring of the mushrooms. Like they've chosen to grow in this configuration. They're not being contained by the vivarium or anything like that. There's a lot of. Go ahead. Absolutely, go ahead.
Can I propose that most beloved of phenomena, bioluminescence in the dark, in the dusk or dawn? Like it's not. We're coming up towards dawn, but it's not there yet. But the fairy ring is shedding off this sort of prismatic bioluminescence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got janky equipment. Like, I mean, the equipment isn't janky, but it's hastily set up, so it looks janky. And we've got, I think Marius has laid out some of the synthetic mycelia next to the mushrooms as part of this field test. And that's how I imagine it all kicks off. So what do we think this field test looks like?
Go ahead.
I have this great mental image of I don't know if it's where the artificial mycelium are or if it's where the mushrooms are, but like there's just this image of like the ground dropping out and not like it's falling or anything, but like turning into a cone in a weird way you can see from the top that you shouldn't be able to see it quite like that. So that's the thought I've got for the start of it anyway. What did you have, Danielle?
Yeah, go on, Danielle.
I'm envisioning the bioluminescence from the mushrooms getting brighter and then being reflected in the artificial mycelium until it almost hurts to look at. Before suddenly switching off.
Okay, Shrug, do you want to add something before I kind of know how this sort of snapshot ends before we go into the epilogue.
Then go ahead.
Do you not have anything you want to add here?
Uh,
Just like a
can't think of a
detail
particular
about...
yeah, I don't have anything specific.
I think there is this moment where it's like a held breath. And there's this feeling of like pressure, like you're being held, and we're all feeling it. And there's a slight yoink feeling as we get all sort of like, and we all move from one part of the field to the other. And it's like, okay, it worked. It did the thing. And Fee grabs hold of whoever is nearest to them and just says, "We're not done. Brace yourself." As their eyes go a little bit white looking, as they're looking at something the rest of you can't see. And there's this pop. And the field is empty.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, August, I feel like we should hand the epilogue over to you.
Give me just a moment. I want to briefly ask a question in chat.
All right.
Because the answer to this question determines what I say next.
Oh no. August, do you have
Danielle,
a
you got the
preference?
deciding vote.
Unfortunately, you're the decider, Danielle.
Christ.
So good at this.
I think as a liminal space.
Oh.
If you don't mind putting your response in chat, I have an idea for how this works out.
I'm waiting for everybody else to type first.
We're professionals.
Oh my god, guys! You voted! What are you typing?
I have opinions.
Yeah,
All right. I think the next thing we see is darkness. We as the audience. I think the camera slowly adjusts as if it were a human eye. We start to make out shapes. No colors. The light's too dim for us to be able to see colors just yet. And we see the outline of 5 figures standing just as they had been in the field before. But they're not standing in a field right now. They're standing in an expansive foyer with dusty carpet. Again, it's too dark for us to be able to make out any of the colors. A chandelier above them, staircase, winding up to a second floor. And we will see our characters' reactions in our next chapter of the Ultraviolet Catastrophe, in which we will be playing House by Marn S.
Alrighty.
And I feel like we should do outros in reverse order. So, Shrog.
I have been Shrog. My pronouns have been he, him. I have been able to be found at the internet at The Secret Frog or just Secret Frog. I have had a great time, and I look forward to more shenanigans with Vivian in the future.
Hell yeah. Jade.
I'm still Jade. I'm still on the internet at Jade For the foreseeable future, at least, I'm using they, them pronouns. And I'm looking forward to coming back next week, Saturday, and seeing where the fuck we are.
Dirk.
I have been Dirk. You can find me on Hope's Hearth. You can also find me at SCP Archives. And I'm so excited. I'm so delighted. I love everything.
Danielle.
I've been Danielle, and you can continue to find me on the internet at RedTailTalk90.
And I've been August. I've been a bit of the ringleader here. This is something that I've been very excited to experiment with. And you can still find me on Twitter at HarpyDora, on Tumblr at Strange Harpy. You can find Standing Stones on Twitter at Stones_standing. Dirk, where can people find Hearthside Enclave?
You can find Hearthside Enclave on Twitter and Tumblr at HS Enclave. You can also find Hope's Hearth at Hope's Hearth Pod on Twitter, and I think it's just Hope's Hearth on Tumblr. I don't think SCP Research Archives has a Twitter or a Tumblr yet, but that's a silly project for fun and ridiculousness. But, yeah.
All right. In that case, this has been Ultraviolet Catastrophe Chapter 1. We look forward to seeing you next Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel for Chapter 2.
There you go.
Peace.
Peace.
Adios.